If you have an F1 heifer, she should be in the makeup arena. This is a call for all F1 heifers, especially those in classes 1 and 2, come to the makeup arena. Attention in the barn. All F1 heifers should be in the makeup arena. All F1 heifers are called to the makeup arena. Reminder, there will be a 30-minute time certain break after the F1 heifers before we commence the Red Bull Show. Attention in the barn, Delaney Eden. Delaney Eden, this is your call for your Class 1 F1. Delaney Eden. Please either come to your class or notify us on the makeup crew in the back that you are a scratch. See one coming. All right, folks, as we embark on the F1 show, if you have a book in your hand and you're keeping up with it, it looks dramatically different than what the showman classes are. I'm going to give you placings and I'm going to help you correct your show book as possible. At the end of the day, we'll have the same reasons in the right places. We got some class splits that were done after the fact. So just bear with us. Here in Class 1, your book is correct as printed, provided you scratch the last heifer in the class. Scratch entry 584. These are F1 heifers born January 3rd through February 1st, 2026. 5 head. Folks, if you participated in the Calcutta auction last night and have not yet settled up for your purchase, this is a bad time to be asking you for it because you know you didn't win. But it is a charitable contribution and they're ready for you in the office to collect the last couple of people who have not yet settled up for the Calcutta.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure for me to be back here in Bryan to work with your Brahma youth through the show this afternoon. And we've got a very nice way to kick the show off with this set of young F1 females. And yet I think there's one that kind of combines the balance of the class that wins. She's a very attractive female. Good length of body, very, very feminine. She's beautiful in her conditioning at this stage of her life and yet has some muscling in her. Sound enough in her structure. I'd like to give her just a little more slope through her front shoulder, but I think a very, very nice place to start. The young man's got a very young heifer in second. Again, I like her structure and her type and the way that she moves. Proportionally, she's really got a nice shape to her up over her top and has some muscling in her. I think, again, a nice female in second. Young lady kind of got off to a tough start with a heifer in third, but hanging in there. This one's got a tremendous amount of volume and mass to her. She's a little coarser in her features, and she's one that perhaps is just a little further along in her conditioning. The heifer in fourth, if you look at him from the side, probably resembles our class winner as much as any of them in terms of that presence and really good stretch, feminine look to her front end. She needs to be a little thicker when you get in behind her. I'd like to have just a little more bone to her, but a good female, and if she does some of the right things and expands as she matures, that one's gonna be very strong as well. Good female that completes the class. She has some depth of body, volume, condition is nice. She doesn't have quite the pure density and volume of those ahead of her. Nice way to get our show started. My congratulations to each one of them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. First place in class number 1 goes to 1611, Miss LPC Rainbow Cadillac 515, Ansley Ward, Gainesville, Florida. Second in class to 1478, Jet Gillespie from Bocoshi, Oklahoma. Third in class to 1589, Briley Fairchild, Maringouin, Louisiana. Fourth place to 2296, Delaney Eden from Bell City, Louisiana. And fifth in class to 359, Dayton Cheatham from Santa Fe, Texas. Next up is class 2. These will be your December calves. If you're keeping a book, scratch 2327, scratch 196. Three head in this class. All born in a 5-day period.
Another very nice trio of heifers. You heard they're very close and similar in age. And we're going to leave them just as they stand and come in. Again, I think a very nice, complete kind of a heifer that wins. She's got some depth of body, some broodiness and volume to her. You get in behind her, and she's got some shape about her. I think she just collects herself a little nicer than the female that we got in second, out through her hip and the rump and the way she's designed and the posture of her hind leg, especially when you watch them walk. The heifer in second, honestly, as you get right in behind him, maybe has a little more turn and shape to her top. She's a very big muscled female, some length of body about her, just a little rounded off through her hip, a little bit coarser through her shoulder as you compare her to the class winner. The black heifer's interesting. From this angle, you like her a lot. The length of her body is excellent. She has some depth of rib and broodiness to her. Hip structure's good. I can't convince myself she's going to stay sound enough in her front end. She's kind of out in her shoulder. She wants to be a little bow-legged up there in her knee and down into her front feet. If she'll kind of hold herself together structurally as she matures, she's a really good female because of the tremendous length and depth that she has. Nice set of heifers. My congratulations again to the exhibitors.
All placings in class number 2. First place to 1612, Miss LPC Riverwalk 516, Ansley Ward, Gainesville, Florida. Second in class to 2297, Delaney Eden from Bell City, Louisiana. Third place to 1252, Paisley Kempa from Milano, Texas. Here's class 3. These are F1 females born during November of 2025. Please scratch entry 2218. And folks, the catalog printer left out the divisions. We'll have the first division of 4 immediately following this class. All during the F1 show, exhibitors, please, first and second placers, do not leave the makeup arena. We'll be bringing you back into makeup division drives fairly quickly.
Another very nice set of heifers, and there's a little bit of variation here again, and so you can kind of make a judgment or two within your own mind. I'd probably argue with any of you that didn't like the look and the kind and the type of the heifer that wins the class. She's just fundamentally so good in her structure, her feet and her legs, her composition, her smoothness. She's not as thick from behind as the two heifers that are right behind her, but I just like her overall balance and symmetry, and she's just about flawless, in my opinion, in terms of her structure and her type. The heifer's in second, obviously has a little more just pure density to her and volume, nice capacity, good shape to her top. You get right up on her, she's a little coarser. You can even see it in her udder at this stage of her life. She's a little coarser in her teats as you compare to the one that wins the class, but again, a good female, tremendous body volume, tremendous thickness to her. The young man's heifer in third, another good one. Again, got some shape and volume to her. She's a female that's got a nice shape to her top, not as long-bodied as the two that we got right ahead of her, and perhaps maybe not just quite the pure broody look to her that we had in those two that we stood ahead of her. The heifer in fourth obviously has more growth per day of age. Length of body is tremendous, and again, if that's your preference, that's okay. To me, she's not good enough on her feet and legs. A little straighter on both ends of her skeleton. She just doesn't get out and move quite as nicely as the three ahead of her, but I really appreciate the early growth and performance that she's got. Nice set of heifers, and really a very beautifully structured heifer that won. Thank you.
Your placings in Class 3, which is the end of Division 1. First place to 197, MGP Black Tie in 26, Ryder Fields from Bryan, Texas. Second in class to 1121, Adeline Lewis from Wiggins, Mississippi. Third place to 1106, Peyton Stepp from Sardis, Mississippi. Fourth place to 1370, Jace Clark from Buna, Texas. All right, we'll set the drive here for you. Again, it's just a three-class drive. Your January champion was exhibited by Ansley Ward from Gainesville, Florida. Reserve division champion there in that class was Jet Gillespie from Bocoshi, Oklahoma. The December champion there in the middle, another Ansley Ward entry. The reserve December heifer was exhibited by Delaney Eden, from Bell City, Louisiana. And the November champion exhibited by Ryder Fields from Bryan, Texas. Adeline Lewis was reserve in that class. Division 1.
Well, as we start here with our first division in our F1 show, a really, really nice set of young heifers, and it'll be interesting to kind of watch these mature and grow out. You know, as you think about this F1 business and what we can do with these first generation crosses of cattle in terms of efficiency and fertility. I think the industry is beginning to figure that out a little bit more, and such a valuable part of where we are as we talk about maybe even rebuilding a cow herd just a bit. So 6 nice females. The classes were deep and strong. Give them all a nice round of applause, and I'll name you a champion in reserve.
Your Division 1 champion is MGP Black Tie, N26, entry 197, Ryder Fields from Bryan, Texas. In steps Adeline Lewis for reserve division. Up steps Jack Ward to award Adeline Lewis with the reserve division champion here in Division 1. That is entry 1121. Congratulations, Ryder Fields, Adeline Lewis. Move now to Division 2. Next up will be class number 4, 6, 7, whatever in your book. It's class 4. Scratch entry 2247. 3 head in this class. These are all born in a 15-day span in October of 2025.
Nice trio of fall heifer calves, and again, I think we've got one that needs to win the class in terms of broodiness and volume. Very, very nice on her feet and legs. Again, she plants everything squarely at the edge of her body. She has some muscling in her, and just a nice, broody looking female to lead the class. The heifer in second, you appreciate again for her length of body. She's another one that's got some muscling. She's pretty good in terms of the way she sets her feet. She's a little straight up to her front shoulder, and to me, she's not got quite the presence and balance to her as a heifer that wins a class. Another beautifully conditioned female in third. She's a female that's got some length of side to her, some bone. Structurally, we need to change her in the way she plants her front feet, and I'd like to give her just a little more body volume. Nice trio of heifers, and again, a very nice heifer that won the class. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. First place to entry 936 at X-Miss 4T 375, Callie Kloss, Sealy, Texas. Second in class to 1379, Tyler Burdine from Buna, Texas. Third place to 2277, Addison Bloodworth from Scobie, Mississippi. Moving now to class 5, whatever the next one. These would be the August calves. They're born in a 10-day stretch. Coming yearling heifers, 3 head.
Another nice trio of heifers coming up a year of age, and we'll leave them as they stand. And I think a fairly clear-cut winner of the class in terms of the one that's sound, long, she's thick, got broodiness to her. You know, she's got just a little bit more to her front end, but everything balances out beautifully in terms of having enough depth of rib and volume and length of body to go along with that extra that she has in her front end. This is a big muscled one in second. Tremendous thickness, a lot of shape to her, good long-bodied female. A couple of areas I change her. She wants to be a little uncoordinated in the way that she moves off her hind leg when you watch her from behind. And I'd like to clean her udder up just a little bit. There's a little more swelling there than I'd prefer to have one at this stage of their life. The heifer in third, I could make an argument to move her up because she's moderate, she's really smooth. Her feet are pretty good. The problem is when you get right up on her and behind her, she's a little too flat. We need to give her just a bit more shape, a little more expansion there in her forerib, and a little more fullness back to her hip and quarter. Nice trio of heifers here again, and my congratulations to them. Thank you.
Placings in the next class are first place, 1780 Miss LPC Polly Pocket 500, Teal Crunky, Winnie, Texas. Second place to 1845, Ida Rushing, Ethel, Louisiana. Third place to 1005, Lily Smith from Ledbetter, Texas. Next class will be the last class of Division 2. Please scratch 669, 1004, and 1168. Should leave us 4 ahead, all born in 23 days last June.
One of the real nice classes we've had yet. All 4 of these heifers are really nice, and again, you can kind of make a judgment or two within your own mind of what you prefer. To me, the winner wins because she kind of combines the next 3 right in behind her. Love her length of body first. She's got some muscle shape in her, tremendous through her hip. She's got the right amount of bone, and yet for having that much substance of bone, she moves exceptionally well, and she's quite attractive through her front end. So just a very complete, very broody kind of a female that has a tremendous amount of quality to her. The heifer in second will actually just really grasp you in terms of her presence, her look. She's dead level down her top line and got a beautiful set from hooks to pins. She gets out and moves well. Not the length of body, not the muscling in her that we have in the heifer that wins the class. The black heifer, pure volume and density and mass is really incredible. She does have some bone. She's a little further along in her conditioning, and to me, she doesn't handle herself on her feet and legs as nicely as the 2 heifers we had ahead of her. A very beautifully conditioned heifer in fourth, pretty nice in her lines, but even with the difference in conditioning, we don't have quite the broodiness and the total capacity in her that we had in the 3 ahead of her. Nice group of females, one of the real nice classes we've had. Thank you.
Your placings in Class 6. First place to 380, Miss LPC Ragweed 492, Lily Vogt, Bernie, Texas. Second place to 875, Landry Oldham from Dayton, Texas. Third place to 1504, Tate Ward from Gainesville, Florida. And fourth to 1458, Kayla Matheny from Ravenden, Arkansas. All right, folks, if you're keeping the book, Class 7 and Class 8 are one class. This is the April-May class. Excuse me, we're going to drive right here. What I just told you is still true. Division 2 is what we're doing right now. And we'll run you very briefly. That's Callie Kloss up in the front. That's Teal Cronky in the middle. And that's Lily Vogt in the back. Those were your three class winners.
Well, we just kind of keep bringing really nice efforts here in our second division. Is no exception. Really nice group of 6. Again, they suit me real well, and having some look and balance along with some broodiness and look like young brood cows. And I certainly appreciate that about them. Congratulations to the exhibitors. Let's give them a nice hand, and I'll name you a champion of reserve.
We're going to keep Class 6 together. That is entry 380, Lily Vogt is champion, and entry number 875, Landry Oldham, Dayton, Texas, is reserve. Now, Class 7 and Class 8 are one class. You'll need to go to the second page and scratch entry 195, and otherwise, this class is correct. Should have eight of them in it. Keeping your book, scratch 195 and 842. Leave 7 head in the April-May class. Folks, again, to participate in the F1 show here at the All-American, the animal must be either a Golden Certified or a Certified F1 in the books of the American Brahman Breeders Association. A Golden Certified F1 is the product of 2 registered animals. A Certified Brahman F1 is an animal that is sired by a registered bull and is out of a cow that has been visually inspected by a staff or board member of ABBA and found to be purebred in appearance and in type. All of these are of known identity and of certification with ABBA.
All right, nice class of heifers here, some quality throughout. Really a little more give and take up here at the top end. And again, you can kind of make a judgment or two within your own mind of what you prefer. To me, the young man's heifer that wins a class is the one that's sound and deep. She's much more feminine and much more attractive up through her shoulder and about her head than the female that we've got in second. I like her conditioning, her composition. She's got enough rib and depth and balance to her. Maybe not quite as overwhelming from behind as a female in second in terms of just pure width, but I think she's wide enough. Her overall balance and her femininity through her shoulder and her front end allows her to beat the heifer in two. This one in two from behind's very impressive. Got a big top, big end. Really got some spread right in behind her shoulder and very uniform in her spread throughout. She's just a little more masculine in her feature about her head and her front end as I compare really to the heifers on either side of her. But there's quite a bit more to her in terms of broodiness, depth of body, and volume over the heifer we've got in three. Very attractive heifer, long-bodied, smooth-made. Good job, young lady. Smooth-made heifer that we have in three that is very feminine through her front end. She's maybe just a little too feminine. We need to kind of strengthen her up and stouten her up a little bit in terms of volume and mass as you compare to the two that we had right ahead of her. Kind of a similar build on her heifer that comes in fourth. Pretty good length of body, very refined. She needs a shot more muscle in her to go any higher. Actually, the next two heifers have a little more muscle in them than those two that we had there in 3 and 4. We need to kind of piece them together with a little more balanced look from the side. And then the young lady's heifer that's going to complete the class, tremendous volume and density. To me, she's carrying just a little too much condition for this time of her life. Nice set of females, certainly very competitive throughout. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Placings in the class are as follows. First place to 722, Tiara Lady Tiger, Caston Tip, Shiner, Texas. Second in class to 113, Josie Hampton, Iowa, Louisiana. Third place to 379, Lily Vogt from Bernie, Texas. Fourth place to 846, Cameron Ripkowski from Dayton, Texas. Fifth place to 637, Weston Taylor from Bogue Chitto, Mississippi. Sixth place to 1288, Deacon Thomas from Sardis, Mississippi. And seventh place to 1130, Lucy Rose Dickens from Sumrall, Mississippi. You're keeping a book, Class 9, placings are correct. Your book is correct as printed.
Another good class, and yet I think, again, here's one that kind of grabs your attention in terms of her quality and her balance. Young lady's black hair for that wins. She's deep-bodied, very attractive in the way she's made through her shoulder and her front end. Excellent length at top, beautiful hip structure in her. She won't just overwhelm you when you get right behind her and study her in terms of thickness, but I think there's enough there, and her decided advantage just in terms of depth of body and volume goes ahead and allows her to win this class. The heifer in second, in all reality is a little heavier muscle. You get over top, she's got some turn, some fullness through her hip. Need to change her structurally just a little bit. She doesn't hold herself together quite as nicely as the class winner, not quite as beautifully balanced as that black heifer that won. 3 and 4, some give and take. The heifer in 4th is not presenting herself very well, so I'm a little more comfortable with the young lady's heifer in 3rd in terms of her structure and her type, the way she keeps her legs together out on the walk, and the way she presents herself just a bit more. I think there's a good heifer here in 4. Bone, width, and volume is nice. She just kind of comes apart in the way she's presenting herself, a little easy right in behind her shoulder, a little steeper out through her rump. The heifer that completes the class is a smooth-bodied female that does have some depth of side to her. As you can see, maybe a little more refined in her bone work. And then as you get down at the ground, she is one of those that's maybe getting her toes just a little bit longer at this stage of her life than they need to be. Nice set of heifers and a very attractive heifer that won. Thank you.
Your placings in Class 9 F1s are as follows. First place to 1704, a heifer called Thelma, Lily Larson from Okeechobee, Florida. Second class to 1131, Aiden Baker from Cove, Texas. Third place to 1304, Scarlett Lovacott, Rosebud, Texas. Fourth place to 285, Hannah Luznar from New Smyrna Beach, Florida. And fifth place to 2280, Amory Bloodworth, Scobie, Mississippi. We'll do the last class of Division 3 right now. Scratch entry 1917. It leaves you with calves that were born on January 5th, January 6th, and January 7th of 2025.
Another nice trio of heifers, and we'll leave them just as they came in. Young man's black heifer that wins is really massive. I mean, there's a lot of just pure density and body capacity and volume in her, and she presents it in a beautifully designed package. Her feet and legs are really, really nice. You get behind her and she does have some width to her. Now, deep down in my heart, I'd tell you I'd like to lean her up just a little bit. She's got plenty of condition there around her tail head, in my opinion, but she does handle it exceptionally well. She's got tremendous body balance to her. I think a nice place to start. 2 and 3 are a little bit more alike. From this view, those two heifers are long. Both of those heifers are a little leaner in their conditioning than the one we've got winning the class. Of the two, the heifer in second is better in her front shoulder and the way she plants her front feet. She comes around a little square and truer up front. Neither of those heifers can kind of run with the heifer that wins the class, just in terms of overall body volume and capacity. Nice trio and a very nice place to start. Thank you.
First place in Class 10 is 721. Gaston Tip, Shiner, Texas. Second in class, 1767, Tanner Bowler from Gonzales, Texas. And it's a skillet shot in South Texas because third place is 171. Weston Tucker from Hallettsville. All three of those heifers live in about a 15-mile circle. Move now to Class 11. Folks, we're going to break Class 11 and 12 into three classes. If you'll draw a line there between the last two heifers in this class. Excuse me, we're going to do it again. Let's have a drive. Let's have a drive. I got me a teal cronky on one end, holding calf number 1780. But that's not his. He's got cast and tips heifer down there, correct? That's a cast and tip. That's a Lily Larson. That's a cast and tip. There's your drive here in Division 3.
Well, I don't think there's any doubt this division for me is the most difficult one to make a selection out of that we've had yet this afternoon. I like all 6 of these heifers, and these 3 class winners certainly merit some consideration to be named your champion of reserve here. And so if you'll bear with me just a minute, I think we need to tell you a little bit about what I'm thinking. So we started with that first class, and we really had 3 good heifers in that class, and we used 2 that had a little more muscle in them than the heifer that was in third. And I landed on this one because she was a touch more feminine about her head and her front end. I like that. The length of her body's good. She's got some bone and substance to her. As we bring her within this lineup, she needs to be just a little more comfortable in the way that she moves off her hind leg. Her teats are just a notch longer than perhaps I'd find ideal, but I think she needs to be considered to be your champion because she does combine some femininity with some depth of body and muscling to her. It's lights out from the side with the heifer that's in the second class. Tremendous length of body, tremendous depth of body, a very beautifully balanced female that's good and long through her hip, got a beautiful set to her hind leg, and just really gets out and goes well. Of the 3 that we have on this side of the lineup, she might be the lighter muscled one of the 3. Not bad through the top side and through her hip, but down into the lower part of her quarter, she is not quite as expressive as the other 2 females. Then the heifer that comes out of class 3 is so good in terms of just pure body density and volume. She's a heifer that for that kind of body dimension and density, she is really, really good on her feet and legs, and the way she places them at the edge of her body. She's a little heavy condition, and I think you can see it a little bit more out here, even in the champion drive, over her tail head and through her chest a little bit. And so you just got to decide whether you can kind of tolerate that within the lineup of them. So those are the things that I see in the 3 of them. I'd like for you to give them all a big round of applause, and I'll name you a champion of reserve.
Your Division III champion comes out of your middle class. That is Thelma, entry 1704, shown by Lily Larson. Okeechobee, Florida. Aiden Baker steps in for reserve in Division III. And this old casting tip back down there at the end, yeah. 721, casting comes to us from Flatonia Bulldog, isn't he? Congratulations, Lily Larson and casting tip in Division III. All right, as I said earlier, this will be the November-December class. If you're keeping a book, the very top one, 345, is a scratch. Then draw a line between 519 and 156. Then go to the next page and go down 2 head and draw a line between 876 and 1300. Then that makes your 3 classes in the senior division. We'll do our best to keep the mud clear from here on out.
All right, as we start into our next division, again, a nice trio of heifers. I thought 2 really nice ones here at the top end, moderate, long body, deep-sided, and then you got one that's just so attractive to look at that comes to the head of the class. Beautifully designed in her top line. Her hip is laid in her really, really well, and she has a presence about her front end, that refineness and look that just kind of sets her apart within this particular class. If I could pick on her just a little bit, her toes are a little longer behind, maybe in terms, and maybe not quite as even as some. I don't see any real trouble there in terms of depth of heel or volume, but that's where I would probably get a little bit tough on her. The heifer the young lady has in seconds, long and thick, got beautiful shape to her top. She doesn't come together quite as nice just in terms of symmetry and balance as a class winner, but really a good female fundamentally in terms of length and depth. More elevation and length of body in the heifer that's in third. We need to change the way she plants her front feet just a bit, and she doesn't have, in relation to her frame size, quite as much broodiness and capacity as the 2 we got ahead of her. Nice trio of heifers and a very nice heifer that leads the class. Thank you.
First place in this class went to 185 MGP Tokyo Bubbles, Ryder Fields, Bryan, Texas. I'm going to let Ryder name all of my cows from now on. He ain't the one who named it. Second in class to 519, Finley Vaughn from Bell City, Louisiana. And third place to 548, Cooper Vaughn, also from Bell City. All right, this is your August, and then there's a September, and then there's an October. This is your next class. It will be followed by the last class. We can have your attention. We will take about a 10-minute break, long enough for our judge to go take backdrop photographs with the champion and the reserve grand champion F1 heifers. That should give us plenty of time to get our first couple of classes of red bulls. If you have a red bull in the first division, in the calf division, you should be in the stalls waiting to untie him and bring him over. Please wait until you are called.
Kind of an interesting trio of heifers here and a little bit of give and take throughout all three of them. And honestly, I could pick on each one of them just a little bit when you get right up on them and study their feet and their structure. So when you kind of throw that aside, the one that kind of combines the next two in terms of length and depth, has enough muscling in her, enough width of body, we have to land on the young lady's heifer that wins the class for me. Nice long-sided, very beautifully conditioned for this stage of her life, and again, has a great deal of presence and quality to her. Very moderate, big-bodied heifer that we have in second that has some width to her. You get down at the ground and study her. Her feet are not quite as good and strong as they need to be. I'd like to maybe, again, lean her up in her overall condition just a little bit. The heifer in third is no doubt a better conditioned heifer. She's got a nice look from the side, some bone about her. You get right up on her, she's a little coarser in her joints, and I'd like to pull her apart underneath to her chest and what she is about her base behind, just give her a little more width throughout. But a nice trio of heifers, certainly some differences from top to bottom. Thank you.
First place in the next class goes to 876, 3R Miss Annie, Cameron Ripkowski from Dayton, Texas. Second place to 518, Carter Vaughn from Bell City, Louisiana. Third place, back on the previous page, to 156, the Cat in the Hat, Holden Jefferson from Angleton, Texas. Move now to the last class of the day, folks. Again, draw the line between 876 and 1300, and then scratch the last two heifers, and you find this class. A May and a June, 2 years old.
All right, so a good pair of 2-year-old cows. The young lady told me they had a little misfortune on the first cow's calf, but a good cow. Fundamentally, that is a good-looking female that's really got some length and depth, some shape. It would have been interesting to see where she was when she calved in terms of udder quality. It appears to me that her udder is going to be attached a little better up front, a little higher behind than the cow that we've got in second. I do have a little bit of reservation on the rear quarter on this side that it might be a little light, but I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt. And perhaps maybe the biggest difference in the two, if you want to make a switch, is the cow in seconds, a little better in her feet in terms of evenness of her toes and the length of her toes behind. But that cow handles it good enough on the move. Tremendous look, tremendous width to her. This one, again, appreciate that she's in production. Looks like tons of milk flow, maybe to the point of being a little much. The udder gets a little weak up front and behind. She does have a nice little heifer calf at her side. I'd like to change her just a little bit in terms of body depth. Nice pair of females, some give and take in both of them. Thank you.
First place in the last class goes to 926 X-Miss 4T 254, Callie Kloss from beautiful Sealy, Texas. Second in class to 1300, Maddie Connell from Angleton, Texas. Folks, brings up Division 4. We'll set the drive for you as soon as we get these two big cows walk back around. Division 4, there's your drive right there. Your first place is exhibited by one Ryder Fields, one Cami Ripkowski, and one Callie Kloss. We'll select our grand champion. Here's Mr.
Another very nice division run here as we kind of finish up our F1 show, and 6 heifers again that have some quality to them throughout. And I think going to make some nice cow prospects for these young folks. Let's give these exhibitors a good big round of applause, and I'll name your champion in reserve.
That's Ryder Fields with entry 185 is your division champion. And it looks like the second place in that class, Finley Vaughn from Bell City, Louisiana, is your reserve Division 4 champion. Congratulations to the two of you. Again, 185, Ryder Fields, and 519, Finley Vaughn. Looks like our candidates are set at the back door and ready to come on in. All right, folks, get a drive set for us. First one through the hole is going to be entry 197. MGP Black Tie in 26, exhibited by Ryder Fields from Bryan, Texas. Adeline Lewis from Wiggins, Mississippi was a reserve division champion. Then we moved to Division II. That champion was Miss LPC Ragweed 492, shown by Lily Vogt from Bernie, Texas. Mr. Landry Oldham from Dayton, Texas was reserved. Division III right here in front of me is Miss Lily Larson with a cow called Thelma. Lily and Thelma are from Okeechobee, Florida. Cast and Tip, Shiner, Texas was reserve division, and Ryder Fields had the champion senior cow with entry 185 MGP Tokyo Bubbles. Ryder and Bubbles are from Bryan, Texas. Finley Vaughn from Bell City, Louisiana was reserved. This is your champion drive of your F1 cow show.
All right, as we finish up here in our F1 show, just a couple of very quick comments, and kind of alluded to it earlier in the day here about the importance of these F1 females as we talk about just sheer commercial production, the things, those lowly heritable traits like efficiency and fertility and things like that are very difficult to measure. This F1 project or this F1 mating fixes a lot of those things that might ail some of the commercial industry. I'm very pleased with the 8 heifers we have out here. I think you can kind of see kind of a trend in terms of cattle that have some look and presence, sound enough in their structure and have enough width and broodiness to them at this particular age. I got to be honest with you, I think there's one that needs to kind of win the show. And then I think it gets a little bit tougher from there on out to find the reserve. But I would ask you, they've got us kicked off very well here today. Let's give them a nice round of applause, and I'll name you a champion reserve.
Ryder Fields has the champion F1 female with Tokyo Bubbles, and that brings Finley Vaughn in to compete for reserve. And at the other end of the spectrum, at the other end of the line, but the same exhibitor. That's Ryder Fields coming out of Division One with entry 197. That is MGP Black Tie in 26. Congratulations very much, Ryder Fields. And Ryder Fields. Ryder Fields needs to go to the backdrop with Mr. Jack Ward and take 2 photographs. And when they're done, we'll come back and we should, God willing and the creeks don't rise, have Red Bulls standing in the ring for all of us to look at.
Want me to run clipboard? 75.
It's your first call for Division One Red Bulls. All Red Bulls in Division One classes 1 through 3. You may report to the backdrop, report to the makeup arena. Mind you, while you're waiting, that we have a full service concession stand open here. Do we? I don't know. I was told we do. They're in the South Arena concession stand due to some facility issues in the North Arena concession stand. Go see them. Patronize them. The food's always been real good.
All right, folks, it looks like we've got our Red Bull show started. So in the ring, we have Class 1 Red Brahman Bull calves born January 1st to February 28th, 2026. Leading Mr. GC58 is Quinn Paget from Grand Chenier, Louisiana. Scarlett Lovicott from Rosebud, Texas has got Mr. LC Iceman 1026. And Mackenzie No has MN No Limits Mr. Buckaroo Rojo. And it looks like y'all's favorite announcer is back.
All right, as we kick off our Red Bull show, we've got a nice trio of young bull calves and certainly a lifetime ahead of them. But to me, the class winner combines the next two. He's good in his structure in terms of balance and straightness of lines. He's got a shot of muscle in him when you get in behind him and study him, like the expression down into his quarter. And he obviously has a little more performance in him than the bull that we've got in second. The bull in second, moderate in his size, but very, very good in terms of his structure and his kind. He really can't run with our bull today that wins the class in terms of width and just pure density and volume. But I much prefer his structure over the big frame bull that's here in third. The bull in third obviously has as much size and length of any of the three that we have in this class. He needs to come together better in terms of balance and structure to beat the two that we've got ahead of him. Thank you.
We start the Red Brahman Bull Show with Class 1. Why not? 1084 is first. That is MN No Limits, Mr. Buckaroo Rojo. Mackenzie No from Gordon, Texas. Congratulations, Mackenzie. Second in class to 168, Quinn Paget from Grand Chenier, Louisiana. Third in class to 1305, Scarlett Lovicott from Rosebud, Texas. Move now to class number 2. These are Red Brahman bulls born during November and December of 2025. 8 head in this class. You're keeping a book, scratch entry 1116. Then you'll turn the page and scratch entry 768.
All right, good class of bulls, a lot of variation in this class, and frankly, it'll be interesting to watch them mature. But I'm very comfortable that we got the soundest, best structured bull winning the class. He's really good in his top. His muscle development at this stage of his life is really nice. He's got some bone and substance. He's pretty smooth in his pattern. He needs to be cleaned up in his sheath, really, obviously, as you compare him to those right below him. But if you study his feet, his structure, his muscle development, in my opinion, he needs to win this particular class. The bull in second is tighter in his sheath. He's longer bodied, got the same amount of bone. If you get in front of him and study him, he wants to get a little in and tight in his front knee, a little more upright through his front shoulder. Structurally, perhaps not quite as good as what we've got in the bull that wins the class. I think the bull in third's an interesting, very youthful looking bull that I love the shape of his muscle, the bone and substance that he's got. He's very good from that regard. He's obviously not quite as long-bodied, but that dude, if he kind of matures and does some of the right things, that bull's got a lot of shape, a lot of dimension, a lot of good in him. The dark red bull is as long-bodied and as attractive to look at from the side as any. He as well has got some muscling in him. You get up on him, his front feet aren't quite good enough. He needs to be more even in his front toes, and for the amount of frame he's got, he needs to have just a shot more body volume to him. Nice bull here from his shoulder back that comes in 5. Big growthy bull, deep-sided, big bone. He's not sound enough in his front end. Again, too straight in his front shoulder. Wants to splay his front toes out just a little more, and he needs to. Nice condition bull the young lady has next. Very immature about his look. He needs to be stronger from hooks to pins in terms of levelness and thickness, in my opinion, to beat those ahead of him. Really a big, growthy, long-bodied bull the young lady has next. Again, just a little too flat for the amount of frame he's got. You get in right behind his shoulder, he gets a little tightened up there. We need to fill him up in his heart and just expand him in terms of muscling. Young man's got a good bull that completes the class. We don't have quite the body dimension and capacity to him, but relatively sound in his structure with some quality to him. Nice set of bulls throughout. Very, very competitive from top to bottom. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach. First place, class number 2 is 1101. BKB Mr. Red Baron 127 with a 1. Barry Belt from Huntsville, Texas. Second in class goes to 225. Peyton Pitts from Laurel, Mississippi. Third place to 2107. Drake Vera from Kingsbury, Texas. Fourth place to 2040. Claire Jalufka from Sulphur Springs, Texas. Fifth place to 1646, Deacon Thomas from Sardis, Mississippi. Sixth place to number 1768, Lena Brignac, Bunkie, Louisiana. Seventh to 1080, Anna Gutierrez from Wauchula, Florida. And eighth place to 849. 849 is Hayes Wright from Husser, Louisiana. Move now to class number 3. We'll have the division champion after this class. If you're keeping a book, scratch 2326, 2175, and 2298. 5-head, class number 3. September, October, coming fall yearlings.
All right, another good class of bulls, and these two here kind of sorted themselves from the group just in terms of their muscling, the development, the thickness that they have from front to rear, and then of the two, I'm a little more comfortable in the front shoulder structure, especially the front knee and foot structure of our class winner over the one that we've got in two. He kind of keeps things kind of going a little bit more in the right direction. He is a nickel upright in his shoulder, but I think the way he plants his front feet and the way he squares his front knee together is a little better than the bull in two. Again, a bull in two that's got tremendous thickness and muscling, dimension. I like that about him. He's a little pigeon-toed, and that's one of those things at this stage I'm not sure that it'll get any better. If he kind of keeps his structure together through his shoulder and knee, the bull's going to be really, really nice because of the tremendous muscling that he's got. Young man's hanging in on the bull here in third. Good, long-bodied, big frame bull. In relation to his frame, he doesn't have quite the muscling in him. Kind of a similar type of bull that's in fourth. Pretty nice profile, smooth-shouldered, long-sided bull. He just simply needs to be heavier muscled when you get in behind him. A more moderate-sized bull that comes in five, that has got some depth of rib. He wants to run downhill, not be quite as good in his structure along his top line or out through his hip. Nice set of bulls, a little bit of variation, two very muscular bulls at the top. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. First place in class number 3, 1092, Mr. SB7N, Dior's Polled Prodigy, Mackie Simpson from Rio Hondo, Texas, aboard. Second place to 412, Caroline Korenick from Dickinson, Texas. Third place over on the second page goes to 325, Lawson Maddox from Sebring, Florida. Fourth place to 1975, Skylar Wilkerson from Katy, Texas. And fifth place to 1778, Riker Addington from Bunkie, Louisiana. Let's set your drive for you now here in the KIF division. Let's go back to our youngest class. Our January champion was MN No Limits, Mr. Buckaroo Rojo, shown by Mackenzie No from Gordon, Texas. Second in that class was exhibited by Quinn Paget. Class 2, your champion was BKB Mr. Red Baron, shown by Barry Belt from Huntsville, Texas. Peyton Pitts had the second place animal. And of course, Mackie Simpson went 1. Caroline Korenick went 2 in class number 3. Here's Judge Ward with the calf division.
So here as we get started in our Red Bull show, a nice division run to get us kicked off. I think, again, we've got some bulls out here that has some muscling. They're kind of the right kind of development for this time of their maturity, and they've just simply got some beef and substance and mass to them, kind of set a nice standard for what we're going to do throughout the course the rest of the afternoon. Nice job. Good job by the exhibitors. Let's give them a round of applause, and I'll name you a champion reserve.
BKB Mr. Red Baron, entry 1101, Barry Belt, Huntsville, Texas, is your calf champion. We'll move our reserve class champion from Peyton Pitts in to compete for reserve. And your reserve class champion, that's Mr. WXC Long Haul Jim. He wanted his name called out. At your 225, Peyton Pitts, Laurel, Mississippi, is your reserve calf champion. Congratulations to Barry Belt and Peyton Pitts. See what we did there, Kylie?
Yep.
First and your last name had to start with the same letter to win in the calf division. That's called alliteration. Let's move now into our intermediate division. Your intermediate division starts with class number 6. These are your Red Bulls Cab, July 5th through August 28th, 2025. Scratch 2308 and scratch 586. Otherwise, your book should be right. We have found wallet, which is empty, and a tablet that's in a black container. There's probably some small child who has become unattached from both of them. They need to come to the announcer stand and claim them before that small child becomes unattached from other parts of his body too. We have his tablet, we have his wallet.
Well, this is a good class of bulls, and again, it'll kind of make you scratch your head just a little bit on what you're going to be acceptable of from a structure standpoint. And so if I keep that in my mind as a priority, and maybe the biggest priority I think that we need to have, I think clearly the bull that wins this class is easily the soundest. He's just so much more correct on his feet and legs, the slope of his front shoulder, the cleanliness of his joints. I just have more good feelings about him in terms of how he's going to be able to mature and keep himself together, in my opinion, versus the rest of the class. Now, with that said, he might be the lightest weight bull of the class, and so if you're not comfortable that he has enough performance in him at this stage of his life, you can argue with me about that, but I'd argue with you a long time that he's the best one in terms of his feet and legs and his structure. I like that about him real well. No doubt, the bull in second has more performance. He's good in terms of his muscling, the shape that he has up over his top. We need to slope him a little different out of his front shoulder, need to clean up his rear joints just a little bit, in my opinion, to be comfortable to use him over the very complete bull that wins. But that bull does have a tremendous amount of muscling in him. The dark red bull is really nice. He's really shapy. He's got a good turn to his top, lots of dimension in his quarter. He's a little too upright in his hind leg and a notch too shallow right through the center of his body. But really long, extremely thick. You got to like that about that bull as well. Young lady's bull in fourth. From his hip forward, I like that bull exceptionally well. I like his rib cage. I like his shoulder development, his masculinity. This bull needs to be set differently in his pin placement because he wants to throw his hind legs up under him just a little bit. We need to redesign the posture of that hind leg, and I think that would happen if we could just level his hip out somewhat. The bull that comes next in line, again, a big, growthy, long-bodied bull. We need a shot more muscle in him. And then the two bulls that complete the class, tremendous size, length of body. Both those bulls need to be changed structurally on both ends of their skeleton to move any higher within the class. Nice set of bulls, a lot of variation from top to bottom. Thank you.
Your placings in Class 6. First place to 1247, PB Pold Lazaro, 168 with a 5. Bruce Van Meter from Armucci, Florida, Georgia. Congratulations, little Bruce. Second place to 2289, Angel Hernandez from Madisonville, Texas. Third place to 1673, Jackson Smith, Maringouin, Louisiana. Fourth place goes to 1846, Ida Rushing, Ethel, Louisiana. Fifth in class to 1059, Callie Kreft from Aransas Pass, Texas. Sixth place to 2288, Claire Carleen from Kaplan, Louisiana. And seventh place to 383, Lily Vogt from Bernie, Texas. Turn the page, move now to class number 7. These are Red Bulls calved during the month of June. In fact, they're calved during a 9-day period last June. We have 2 scratches in this class, scratch 2309.
So in this class, we're going to leave them just as they came in, and I think we've got kind of a handy winner here. This is a really nice bull the young lady's got. He's a real beef bull. He's got some density, some muscling to him, and then when you get off to his side, he's got good body balance and the symmetry. So a very attractive bull that certainly has a lot of dimension to him. Honestly, the bulls right below him are maybe a little better in the way they're developed in their scrotum, testicles, but I think he's good enough, and he has such an advantage just in terms of his presence, his feet and leg structure, and muscling to compete or to win over the next two. Second and third's a little closer, some give and take. The bull in second is the better of the two when you look at him from this angle. The length of his body, the design of his hip, he's really good on his feet and legs when he gets out and walks, and just a little smoother, more balanced kind of an individual. But he needs a shot more muscle. The bull in third does have a little more dimension to his quarter, especially through the lower part of his stifle, but he needs a touch more body volume and mass. I'd like to change him in that regard just a little bit. But if you'd like to swap 2 and 3 because he does have a little more expression of muscle, I sure couldn't argue with you. The bull that's in fourth is a nice line bull, strong topped and level hip. He's too straight in his hind leg, and he needs to have just a shot more thickness to him when you get him behind him. Nice set of bulls, and I thought a very nice bull that won the class. Thank you.
Your placings in Class 7. First place to 536, MCC Mr. Jake Spoon, 256 with a 4. Katie Fontenot, Ville Platte, Louisiana. Second in class to 2316, Hudson Garrett, Robstown, Texas. Third place to 781, Emma Meir, Welsh, Louisiana. And fourth place to 267, Carson Gilliland, Sebring, Florida. Move now to Class 8. These are Red Bulls calved during the month of May 2025. This class will conclude our intermediate division. Champions to follow. Scratch entry 543 and 2117.
Another very nice set of bulls here, and again, just a little bit of give and take throughout. Again, the bull that wins just has more to him today, up in his forerib, down into his heart, his depth through his body, and yet nothing wasteful about him. He's got a great set of testicles on him, and as you get in behind him, you love the shape through his hip and the way he's designed from hooks to pins, and he does get out and move relatively well, especially within this particular class. The dark red bull in second is really attractive. He's neat through his shoulder, he's long-bodied, he's really good from the side. You get right up on him. He wants to get tight in his forerib. He's a little shallower through his heart, doesn't have the body density and capacity that we have in our class winner, but that's a nice pair of bulls that kind of come to the top just in terms of structure. The bull in third is really thick. He does have more depth. He has a little more to him than the bull that we have in second. I need to change the way he handles his front shoulder and leg, as well as the posture of his hind leg just a bit to run any higher within the class, but he certainly does have a bit more muscle to him than the bull we had in second. This bull the young man has in fourth, pretty complete guy. He's not as long-bodied. He doesn't have, again, quite the dimension to him as those ahead of him, but a pretty complete bull that, in my opinion, just has a little more overall balance to him than the bulls we've got right below him. This guy in five, not wanting to cooperate real well, tremendous amount of body capacity and dimension to him. He maybe has just a little more condition to him than he needs at this stage of his life, and I'd like to see him just free up and move a little easier. Some of it might be his attitude, but I'd like to just change him a little bit in the way that he gets out and goes. Pretty attractive bull that comes next, that's pretty long-bodied. We need to have a little more to him to run any higher. Got a very muscular bull that completes the class. He needs to be sounder in his front end. You can kind of see him quivering there in his front knee and wanting to bend over there a little more than he needs to at this stage of his life. Good class of bulls, a couple of them at top that were very sound and very complete. Thank you.
Class number 8. First place, 1430, Mr. H.C. Dexter, 274 with a 5. Addison Gary from Cleburne, Texas, aboard. Second in class went to entry 1851, Ansley Ward from Gainesville, Florida. Third place to 262, Grayson Hensey from Brenham, Texas. Fourth place, 2148, Sloan Bridges from Lexington, Texas. Fifth in class to 1820, Gracie Sewell from Henderson, Texas. Sixth place to 2317, Emma Blackman from Henderson, Texas. And seventh to 2132, Hadley Matthews from St. Augustine, Texas. Let's set the drive for you here in our intermediate bull division. Your July champion was exhibited by Bruce Van Meter from Georgia. Reserve class champion was Mr. Angel Hernandez from Madisonville, Texas. Your June champion was exhibited by Katie Fontenot from Ville Platte, Louisiana. Reserve class champion was Big Hudson Garrett from Robstown, Texas. And of course, your champion, May Bull, was exhibited by Addison Gary from Cleburne, Texas. Reserve class champion was Ansley Ward.
As we work our way through this intermediate division, again, we had some really good classes. There was some variation, kind of some decisions to be made throughout. And again, you can kind of make a judgment or two within your own mind of what you see fit. I wanted to stay consistent and kind of develop the right kind of structure underneath them first, and then add the muscling and the volume, the capacity as we go along. So these bulls here on the front row do that very nicely. Let's give them all a great big round of applause, and I'll name you a champion of reserve.
Katie, I think if you'd have just stopped earlier, he could have done that already. That's MCC Mr. Jake Spoon, 256 with a 4. That's Katie Fontenot from Ville Platte, Louisiana. Hudson Garrett, we need you to step in for reserve. Your reserve intermediate champion was entry 1430, came out of the May class. That is Mr. H.C. Dexter, 274 with a 5. Addison Gary from Cleburne, Texas. Congratulations to Katie Fontenot and Addison Gary. Move now to class 11. Should just have, how many in this one? 4 times the money. Your book, I think, is correct as it's printed.
All right, so this class is going to kind of stay the way they came in. Again, I think a nice set of bulls, and I like the bull that wins the class in terms of his ability to combine muscle and shape and dimension. And he, again, is without question in my mind the soundest. I like the way he puts his legs square at the edge of his body. He's not the longest bodied one, and he wants to run downhill just a little bit. But I think soundness, along with some muscling and dimension, combine that together and it allows him to win the class. The bull in second, from this angle, he's got a little more body capacity, depth of body. He's a little longer sided bull than our class winner. But this guy wants to get a little pigeon-toed up front and wants to throw his shoulder out a little wider than he needs to, in my opinion. But he is a little more upstanding, longer bodied. If you're acceptable of that structure in his front knee and front feet, you could use this bull in the class because of his extra length of body and body volume. Another big growthy kind of a bull that comes here in third, a tremendous amount of capacity and dimension, a lot of bone. You get him out here and compare him to the two right ahead of him. In relation to his frame size, he doesn't have quite the body depth and overall dimension to him. The bull in fourth, good long-bodied, very muscular bull. We can see that he's not moving quite as well behind. Looks like he's maybe kind of got a little injury there right around his hoof wall and the way he comes up there. And so consequently, he doesn't come together quite as well structurally as the three bulls that we've got ahead of him. Nice set of bulls again, and my congratulations to him.
Have your placings in Class 11. First place to 1179, Mr. Bar N Blaze, 8 with a 5. Gavin Verrett, Iowa, Louisiana. Second place in class to 336, Channing LeBeau from Suffolk, Louisiana. Third place to 1052, Brooklyn McNutt, Gilmer, Texas. And fourth place went to 261, Grayson Hinsey from Brenham, Texas. Next up is Class 12. These are our March yearlings. Got a bunch of scratches in this. Nope, actually your book's correct as printed. Book is correct as printed. Class 12 is up.
Real nice class of bulls again, and I felt like these two kind of sorted themselves to the top for me, and just their conformation, their balanced look, their symmetry, and then of the two, we've got more shape and more total dimension of muscle and width in our bull that wins the class. You get in front of him, he's a little wider through his chest, a little wider about his base. Tremendous strength right in behind his shoulder, dead level down his top line, and beautifully set from hooks to pins. He's a good bull. He's not as long-bodied as the bull that we have in second, so consequently you could say maybe just doesn't maybe have that absolute wow look to him, but that is a good bull. In terms of muscling, levelness of top line and hip, I like that bull quite a bit, a lot of quality to him. The bull in second, as I said, is quite attractive. Nice job, young lady. Quite attractive to look at. You love the length of his body. Again, he's a good square level hipped individual. He's a little flatter and shallower there in his heart. You get underneath him, he doesn't have quite the width. He wants to get his knees a little together and his front toes out just a bit, but I'm being really critical of an awfully nice kind of a bull that gets out and moves well and has tremendous length of body to him. This guy in third just kind of fits here, in my opinion. Not any real major holes in him. There's not as much bull there as what we have in the two right ahead of him. Pretty good in terms of his fundamental structure. Might level his hip out just a bit, but that's a pretty sound moving kind of a bull that has some good in him. Much more elevation and length of body in the next two bulls. You like that about him. This one's strong top, level hip. They're maybe just a little flatter made, not quite the actual volume and mass in relation to their frame that we had in the bulls at the top end of the class. The next two bulls that complete the class are good condition bulls. They're pretty sound actually on their feet and legs. They don't come together in terms of just presence and look, a little easier down their top lines, a little steeper out through their hip as you compare them to the ones at the top end. Nice set of bulls, and I thought two very nice bulls at the top of the class. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Class 12, first place to 140, Mr. WCC Jethro Rojo, 647 with a 5. Anna Gutierrez from Wauchula, Florida. Second place to 538, Katie Fontenot, Ville Platte, Louisiana. Third place to 834, Lonnie Pearl Callender from Doosan, Louisiana. Fourth place, 870, Grayson Anderson from Terry, Mississippi. Fifth place to 319, Hayden Engelke from Tig, Texas. Sixth in class to 1518, Ella Meir from Welsh, Louisiana. Seventh place to 400, Sarah Siska from Sealy, Texas. Class 13's coming up. These are Red Bulls calf January 1st through February 29th, 2025. We'll have the junior champion drive after that. Trivia time, trivia time. The winner of the last class, Anna Gutierrez. Anna Gutierrez is from Wauchula, Florida, who is the only ABBA Hall of Fame member from Wauchula, Florida. The one and only Mr. Marcus Shackelford from Wauchula, Florida, and his neighbor, the Gutierrezes, are literally right across the road from him. So we had answers from neighbors and non-neighbors.
Again, a nice set of bulls, and yet for me, there's kind of one that gets right away with the class. This bull is really good on his feet and legs, and he combines that with a great deal of muscling and just a beefy look. I like that about him, that shape of his top. The shape of his quarter is really, really good, and his feet and leg placement is really spot on, honestly, within this particular group. The young man's bull in second, a little bigger framed, really long-bodied. He's a very smooth-made bull from the side. He doesn't have the muscle shape in him that we've got on the bulls on either side of him, but I just felt more comfortable with him in terms of his length, his smoothness, over a real heavy muscle bull here in third. This one's really thick, and if you want to get him up a spot because of that, I'm not going to argue with you. He's a little compact. He's a bull that's a little rounder and coarser made on both ends of his skeleton, but he does have a world of muscle in him, and I appreciate that about him. I swapped this next pair as they came in. There's just more thickness here in our bull in fourth versus the one in five. Neither of these bulls are quite as good in terms of just their overall balance and symmetry as the ones we got ahead of him, but a good pair of bulls. And then the one that completes the class, another very long, very smooth-shouldered bull. We need to give him a shot more muscle when you get him behind him. Nice set from top to bottom, and a really good beef bull that won the class. Thank you.
First place in Class 13 goes to entry 294 LGR Barone 18, Lily Larson from Okeechobee, Florida. Second in class to 1727, Diego Guerra, Rio Grande City, Texas. Third place to 256, Grayson Hinsey, Brenham, Texas. Fourth place to 2078, Dylan Garrett from Robstown, Texas. Fifth place to 284, Hannah Lusnar, New Smyrna Beach, Florida. Sixth place went to 626, Rhett Fontenot, Welsh, Louisiana. Set your drive for you. Let's go back this three-class drive. Your April champion was exhibited by Gavin Verrett, My Way, Louisiana. Second in that class was exhibited by Channing LeBeau, Suffer, Louisiana. Middle class was an entry from Anna Gutierrez from Wauchula, Florida. Second place in that class was exhibited by one Katie Fontenot. And of course, the class just concluded was Lily Larson and Diego Guerra, first and second. This is your junior champion drive, Coach.
Well, and what a nice set of bulls it is for this junior champion run, and my compliments. These are kind of come together very, very nicely. You know, I like each one of these bulls real well. They were very close and tight in the classes. You can start up front with that first class. I elected to use our bull that won because of his structure and his type. He was a little nicer in the slope of his front shoulder, the way he planted his front feet, and he had some muscling to him. Had a really nice pair of bulls in Class 2, and I elected to use the one that, in my opinion, had just a shot more width in him. He was a little wider through his chest, a little more expressive in his quarter than the bull that was in second. That bull in second was dead on attractive to look at from the side, but just maybe not quite as much substance to him. And then our winner out of Class 3, as I just mentioned, that bull is really a beef bull. Really massive, tremendous amount of muscle and shape to him. A good look and hip and hind leg, and he gets out and moves really, really well. We could probably tighten his sheath up just a little bit to be ideal, in my opinion, but really a very, very nice bull that wins Class 3. Nice set of bulls throughout in this division. My compliments to all of them. Let's please give them a round of applause, and I'll name you a champion in reserve.
Junior champion is entry number 294. That's Lily Larson, and let's go right back in the middle. 140, Anna Gutierrez, that is your champ and reserve. Florida, Florida, in the junior division of the Red Show. We'll move now to Class 16 in the senior division. These are our September through December past yearlings. Should be 4 in this. 4? No. How many we got, kid? 8. 8 head in this class. Feel like the count on Sesame Street. Sesame Street? Electric Company. Do Sesame Street. 8 Brahman bulls. September through December, past yearlings.
Well, certainly a very competitive set of bulls in this particular class, and there really is some give and take throughout, and kind of some variation in structure, foot quality, and just some of those things that are going to kind of make you scratch your head a little bit. There's no doubt our class winners, the massive, thick-ended, very muscular bull, got a lot of beef in him, big top, big-ended, got a great set of testicles and some masculinity to him. His bone work is right. His feet are actually better than the next two, but he's a little out in his front shoulder. And you know, I've been pretty critical of that all day. And so you have to make that judgment in your own mind. But we have some issues in the next set of bulls right below him from a feet and leg standpoint. And I'm just the most comfortable with this guy in terms of his thickness, his volume, and his mass, and his masculinity. I do like the bull in second when they're standing. And from this view, he's a strong top, level hip bull. He's got just a little more look and presence to him through his shoulder and his neck and his front end. He's a little flatter made as you get in behind him, and then again, he gets just a little narrow up there in his front chest, and I'd like to change his back feet just a little bit. We kind of switch gears with a bit different kind of body look in our bull that's here in third. Tremendous length of body. He's strong topped. He's level hip. Presents a beautiful profile. Again, he's a little too flat, made from the side, and when you get in behind him, and again, his back toes just need to be more even, and they're just a little bit longer than they need to be. The bull in fourth has got more proportional muscle in him than the one we got right ahead of him. He's a very shapely calf with a good strong top, square, or a good muscular hip in him. He's again a bull that kind of gets his toes spread apart. His feet aren't matching up quite as well as they need to. The bull that goes out there next is a long-bodied bull that needed to be thicker, and his toe size wasn't quite strong enough. And then we kind of get into a set of bulls here that have some length structurally down their lines in terms of body balance from the side aren't quite as strong. Nice set of bulls again from top to bottom.
Placings in class number 16. First place to entry 1688, Mr. J.S. Tyler, maxed out. Madden Saunier, Maringouin, Louisiana. Second in class to 2079, Dylan Garrett from Robstown, Texas. Third place goes to 1359, Leanne Kirchner from Thrall, Texas. Fourth place to 108, Cody Davis, Lake Harbor, Florida. Fifth place to 1246, Bruce Van Meter, Marmuki, Florida. Marmuki, Georgia. Just flows right there. Sounds like it should be in Florida. Sixth place to 1056, Callie Kreft from Aransas Pass, Texas. Seventh place to 2116, Iris Matthews from St. Augustine, Texas. And eighth place to 644, Jonathan Meredith from St. Francisville, Louisiana. Move now to class number 17. These are red Brahman bulls calved during the summer months of 2024. You got 5 of them. 5 times the money. Scratch 339, 1895. Turn the page, scratch 2130. 2152 and 2268. There will be no break between the Red Bulls and the Gray Bulls. There will be no break.
All right, a good set of bulls, and I think a very nice bull that wins. That bull, when you get behind him, is quite impressive in terms of muscling and width and dimension. And for that kind of muscling, he handles himself quite nicely out on the walk. He is better in the way that he handles his rear pastern than the bull that we've got in second. He's a good, big, strong bull with just a tremendous amount of quality and strength to him. The bull in second fits here nicely. Another bull that's got some shape to him, some length of body. He's probably elevated in his front end a little better than our bull that wins the class. He needs to handle his hind legs and especially right down in his rear pastern a bit differently to compete with the bull that wins the class. The bull here in third's a good one, long-bodied, got some depth of rib to him. We need to fix him up a little bit from hooks to pins, shape him up a little more in terms of muscling. Probably got just a little more dimension and muscle in our next bull. He doesn't move as freely and easily as the bulls we got ahead of him. We need to redesign his hip structure as well. Nice set and really a very heavy muscled, nice kind of a bull that wins the class. Thank you.
Your placings in Class 17. First place to 1403, KHRT Moses. Caleb Cooper from Chudron, Louisiana. Second place to 1104, Barry Belt from Huntsville, Texas. Third place to 2115, Iris Matthews from St. Augustine, Texas. And fourth place to 859, bull called Waffles. Just wanted to say waffles. Chicken and waffles be good. Bethany Amison, Mize, Mississippi. Class 18's up now. These are Red Brahman bulls calved January 1st through April 30th, 2024. Hold me back. I think your book is right. No scratches on this one. Move to the senior champion. We'll move on to our grand champion Red Bull. After that, Gray Bulls in classes 1 and 2. You may report to the makeup arena, 23 and 24. You may report to the makeup arena. Mind that you stay out of the way of the big Red Bulls, please.
Well, a really nice class, and as you might expect here, I think the top pair are really close, and there's a bit of give and take in them, no doubt about it. There's no question. For me, if throughout the course of the day, this one's body type and style really suits me. He looks like a beef bull. He's a bull that's got some rib and dimension to him, some shape to his quarters, some bone work underneath him. I'd like to change his feet just a little bit, and that's where I had to scratch my head somewhat to say if they were good enough, if he got his front knees placed well enough to beat the bull that's in second. I think we bring him up here together, and he does suit me a little more just in terms of length and muscle and shape and dimension as you compare him to the young lady's bull here in second. The bull in second is a big frame bull that's quite attractive to look at. Tremendous length of body in this guy, really smooth through his shoulder. He's elevated a little more in his front end. You get underneath him, I'm not sure there's quite enough shape to him. Right back in through the lower part of his quarter and his stifle as you compare him to our class winner, so consequently we made a swap there. So here on out, we get into some structure issues and problems, especially through the front end. The bull in third kind of resembles the bull in second in terms of length, stature. He's got some bone and substance. He's a little flatter made, and that guy's front feet needs to be squared up just a little bit. The bull in third is a much more moderate bull. From a conformation standpoint, he looks like our class winner, but his knees come too close together. His front feet go out. We just need to change him again from that standpoint. And then the two bulls that complete the class, good elevated, long-bodied bulls, we need to change them on both ends of their skeleton from a structure standpoint to move any higher. Very nice class and certainly very competitive there at the top end. Thank you.
First place in class number 18 goes to 1173, Mr. H. Pole Levi Rojo, 807 with the 4. Charles Grazafi, St. Francisville, Louisiana. Second place in class goes to 382, Lily Vogt, Bernie, Texas. Third place to 1852, Ainsley Ward from Gainesville, Florida. Fourth place to 2173, Tristan Betancourt from Edinburgh, Texas. Fifth place to 475, Adeline Como, Church Point, Louisiana. And sixth place to 2345, Olivia Daly from Gilmer, Texas. We'll set the senior champion drive for you now. Let's go back to the fall champion. That fall champion was exhibited by Madden Saunier from Maringouin, Louisiana. Second place in that class was exhibited by Dylan Garrett from Robstown, Texas. Summer champion, that was entry 1403, Caleb Cooper, Chudent, Louisiana. Barry Belt was second. And the class just concluded. It was Charles Grazafi first and Lily Vogt second. In that class, it's your senior drive.
Well, as we finish up here in our division run in the Red Bull show, got a nice set of older bulls, a little more give and take perhaps within the classes in this division, but that's okay. They're starting to get some maturity to them and be a little different in the way they handle their feet and leg structure. So we fought through that just a little bit, but a great set of bulls. And again, I like the fact that these class winners have some meat and muscle in them, some bone and substance. So my congratulations to them. Let's give this division a nice hand, and I'll get you a champion reserve.
Your summer champion is your grand champion of the senior division, KHRT Moses. Caleb Cooper from Chudent, Louisiana. Here's Barry Belt to compete for reserve division. .773, 1173, Charles Grazafi from Louisiana was your reserve division champion. And we'll set up for our grand champion drive momentarily. Let's set your drive for you. That is Barry Belt with our calf champion exhibitor. Peyton Pitts had our reserve calf champion. The intermediate champion was exhibited by Katie Fontenot. Addison Gary had the reserve. Junior champion exhibited by Lily Larson. Reserve exhibited by Anna Gutierrez. And the senior division was some Caleb Cooper and some Charles Grazafi. The grand champion Red Bull Drive.
Well, as we finish up here in our Red Bull division, really a nice set of bulls. And I'd be telling you live, I didn't tell you, I'm really happy with the way these came back, the look and the kind. We can argue all day about what kind and type that you like, but I think it becomes fairly evident the kind that I like in terms of just body composition, style. You know, they're beef bulls, so we got to have some muscling to them, some dimension. We've got to look at ways that we can make a set of feeding cattle that will do well, but yet their heifer counterparts have some value to them. So keeping both those things in line for me is important. You can go to one extreme or the other if you like, and that's just fine. And the different kind and type is something that you can decide on. But I'm very comfortable with our division champions and reserves. My congratulations to all of the Red Bull exhibitors. It's been an incredible set of cattle and exhibited extremely well. So I think it's more than fitting that we give all of our exhibitors in this division a great big round of applause, and I'll name you a champion in reserve.
And the grand champion Red Brahman Bull comes from the Lily Larson, LGL Barron 18. Lily and Barron come to us from Okeechobee, Florida. She is a graduating senior. Congratulations, Lily. Anna Gutierrez step in for reserve. Then we'll go back to that summer 2-year-old. That is 1403, your senior champion, exhibited by Caleb Cooper from Choudron, Louisiana. Congratulations to Lily Larson and Caleb Cooper. Just whet your appetite for the Gray Brahman Bull show up next. Got 109 bulls standing between us and the Herdsman Quiz and Quiz Bowl and the annual membership meeting. While we're looking to get Class 23 set up, familiarize you a little bit more with the gentleman who's been in the ring with us since 1:15 this afternoon. That's Mr. Jack Ward. He currently serves as the Executive Vice President of the American Hereford Association. He's been with them at their headquarters in Kansas City since 2003. He started out as the operations officer and then director of breed improvement, and again, for some time, has been the executive vice president. Jack earned his Bachelor of Science degree in Ag Economics from Purdue University after his associates from Black Hawk East. Alongside his wife Mary Ann and their two sons, he operates Ward Brothers Livestock in Plattsburgh, Missouri. A true industry leader, Jack has served on numerous boards and advisory committees, including the Beef Improvement Federation Board, Germplasm Preservation Committee, the Ultrasound Guidelines Committee, National Beef Cattle Evaluation Advisory Committee, and the U.S. Beef Breeds Council. His extensive experience in breed improvement, cattle evaluation, and industry leadership has made him a respected voice within the beef cattle industry. And I'll tell you, from a personal note, as the breed that was made with the Brahman in mind, he understands the role of the Hereford cattle in the South, understands and appreciates the role of Brahman cattle, all shot throughout the U.S. beef industry. We welcome back, after Red Known judging last year, our F1 cows in the bull show, Mr. Jack Ward.
All right, as we kick off here in our gray bull show, we've kind of got some variation in this particular class, but I would tell you pretty quickly that I thought the two bulls at the top sorted off because of their structure. They're the two that get their feet placed right at the edge of their body. They collect themselves and handle themselves most correctly out on the walk. And then of the two, we obviously got just a little more bull in our class winner in terms of length and depth at this stage of their life, and so certainly that's where he kind of has the advantage of the bull in two. The bull in two, this young man's brought us a couple of real moderate frame bull calves. He had one in the red show as well. A real, excuse me, I like the real juvenile look. This guy gets out and walks really, really well. He's got a conformation that suits me very, very nicely. Obviously, of the class, he's one of the lighter bulls in here, but I like his kind, his fundamental structure and type to go ahead and place him there in two. This bull in third, standing still, you like, long top, strong top. He's got some muscle and volume to him. He's not sound enough in his hind leg. He's too flat in his pastern, kind of wobbles around a little bit there when you watch him walk from behind. The bull in fourth, again, one that's standing still. You can appreciate his length of body, the strength of his top line. He's too straight and upright in his hind leg, and so consequently he's already got just a little bit of swelling there in his rear hocks. And the bull that completes the class does have some length of body, needs to be just a little stouter and stronger in his bone work, have a little bit more shape in him right in behind his shoulder. Nice set of bulls, some give and take throughout in that particular class. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. First place goes to 903 4GF Pold Nico, 11 over a 138. Anna Gutierrez, Wauchula, Florida. Second in class to 2112, Drake Vera, Kingsbury, Texas. Third place to 1687, Sadie Stibe, Maringouin, Louisiana. Fourth place to an 668, Zybe Stein. Fifth place to 2329, Julie Portillo from Deltona, Florida. Moved down to class 24. These are gray Brahman bulls, calved November 1st through December 31st, 2025. There are 13 entries in this class. Folks, we have a little schedule adjustment. We'll start the herdsman quiz in the East College Station Ballroom at 6. What time? 6. Herdsman quiz will start at 6 in the East College Station Ballroom. It can be accessed off the back of the breezeway. There are signs on the doors. Herdsman quiz will start at 6. The intent is to also have quiz bowl and the annual membership meeting this evening as well. Everyone will get an opportunity to take the Herdsman quiz.
Well, we could sit around and debate about this particular class for a good long time, in my opinion, but I like our bull that wins the class just in terms of his combination. He's a youthful looking bull that's certainly got some time left in him. Depth of rib is good. He's got enough muscling about him. I know we got bigger muscle bulls below, but from a feet and leg standpoint, one that's got the right kind of rib shape in him and looks like he's got some time and gas left in his tank, he's the one that kind of suits me the best. Kind of the same type of bull that comes in second. And I know this one doesn't have as much bone as the bulls, some we got right below him. He's a bull that doesn't have quite as much depth of body. But he's a good youthful looking calf that is juvenile and certainly has some future about him. A nice shapely bull that's got a good turn to his top. And again, from a structure standpoint, he kind of suits me pretty well. From here on out, we get into different types of bulls, and if you're going to accept a little bit of different structure, you're probably going to get them up in the class, because the bull in third is huge-bodied, has a tremendous amount of depth and volume to him. He's just a little plain in the way he's set in his hind leg, doesn't have quite the balance to him. The bull in fourth, almost a carbon copy. Tremendous performance, depth of rib and volume. He's too flat in his rear pastern, wants to roll up in his top just a little bit when you watch him move. The bulls in 5 and 6 are alike. These are two of the heavy muscled bulls in the class. That added muscle and shape kind of hinders them in the way that they're kind of moving off their hind leg. They're a little more rigid and don't get out and go quite as well. The young lady's bull here in 7, a beautiful profiling bull. He's just too narrow underneath when you get on either end of him in the way that he tracks and the width to his chest. Similar kind of a bull in that darker hipped bull that comes next. They just need a shot more muscle for the amount of frame. And then again, as we work our way down through this class, we lose out just a little bit in terms of balance and structure. Good job, young lady. And a nice set of bulls, and certainly very, very competitive from top to bottom. Thank you.
First place in class number 24 goes to entry 711, JDM Mr. Southern Manso 290, Laney Beatenbaugh, Lake City, Florida. Second in class to 841, Lydia White, Angleton, Texas. Third place to 1497, Colt Commit, Brenham, Texas. Fourth to 1013, Jackson Smith from Ledbetter, Texas. Fifth in class to 1319, Sophie Dennison from Iowa, Louisiana. Sixth place to 1655, Anna Kate Thomas from Honey Grove, Texas. Seventh to 416, Abigail Vernon, Sulphur Bluff, Texas. Eighth in class to 222, Peyton Pitts, Laurel, Mississippi. Ninth to 1837, Bryn Vernon from Sulphur Bluff. 10th place to 928, Tucker Paget from Molino, Florida. 11th place to 2123, Iris Matthews from St. Augustine, Texas. 12th in class to 593, Branham LaRue, Houston, Texas. And 13th to 1195, Kinley Kasurik from East Bernard, Texas. Turn the page now. These are Gray Brahman bulls kept September 1st through October 31st, 2025. We have 12 entries in this class.
Well, another strong class, and got a bull that wins a class that obviously is one of the higher performing bulls within the class, but to me, he's the soundest. He wants to kind of run around with his tail up, and at times it kind of makes his top look a little roachy when he's moving, but I think fundamentally this bull's good. His feet and legs are nice. He gets out and walks well. He has excellent length of body and depth of rib to him. You get in behind him and there is some shape there. Obviously, we could relax his top just a little bit, but I think fundamentally that bull needs to win structurally, and he combines it with as much volume and muscle as any bull within the class. This bull in second, the young lady's got, fits him really well. I love his depth of rib. He is perhaps a little more comfortable in his top line when he's standing still. When you get right behind this guy and watch him walk from behind, down in his rear pasterns, he's just not quite right, wants to roll around there a bit, and that bothers me a little bit on one at this stage of his life, but I love his depth of rib and his volume and a lot of capacity to him. A very attractive bull here in 3, very shapely in terms of muscle. He's got a nice turn to his top. He obviously doesn't have quite the body depth and overall volume of the 2 right ahead of him, but he's long. He's got some shape in him. Certainly appreciate that about him real well. Good job, young lady. The bulls in 4, 5, 6, 7. Bring them right on. These are big, growthy bulls. Nice job, young lady, that have got body capacity and bone and substance to them. Good job, buddy. But all of these bulls need to be changed just a little bit in a way that they're designed through their hip and their hind leg. Good job. And just kind of put together in a little different kind of pattern. Good job, buddy. But good, big-bodied bulls. Young lady, this bull's really shapy. I like his muscle shape, the turn to his top, and his muscle development. Need to lengthen him out everywhere. Length of body, length of hip. We do have a little more length and extension coming next. We just don't have maybe quite the muscle in the next 3 bulls that we've got in the lineup. Nice job, guys. Nice class from top to bottom. My congratulations to all of them. Thank you.
Let's cover your placings in Class 25 real quick and set your calf champion drive. First place to 1017, Mr. BER, Pride of Bullseye, 197 with a 1, Jackson Smith from Ledbetter, Texas. Second place to 1020, Lily Smith, also from Ledbetter. Third place to 1819, Bryn Vernon from Sulphur Bluff. Fourth place to 1470, Barry Belt from Huntsville, Texas. Fifth in class to 268, Hunter Gilliland, Sebring, Florida. Let's leave some room, cowboys and cowgirls. Sixth place went to somebody. Addison Granger from Iowa, Louisiana. Seventh place went to, who's my seventh? Tate Duffy from Texas. Eighth place to Kinley Kasurik from East Bernard, Texas. Ninth place to Kane Matthews from St. Augustine, Texas. 10th place to Branham LaRue from Houston. Let's go back to the first class of the division. Let's set your winners for you. Anna Gutierrez from Wauchula, Florida had the January champion, followed in class by Drake Vera. The November-December champion was exhibited by Laney Bedenbaugh from Lake City, Florida. Reserve in that class was Lydia White. And of course, we just concluded with a little Jackson Smith, Lily Smith, 1-2. This is your calf champion grade drive.
All right, as we start here into our gray show, a little more variation in our first division than maybe we've had in some here this afternoon, but at the end of the day, I'm very comfortable with the bulls that we've got winning the classes. representing cattle that are sound and have enough to them in terms of dimension and substance. There's no doubt there's a little bit of variation in size and individual performance within our first and seconds, but again, just good cattle. And I wish each of these exhibitors the best of luck as these kind of mature. I've got one that suits me just in terms of his overall balance and type and kind, incredibly good from a structure standpoint. So we'll name him champion. We'll get you a reserve. Let's give them all a great big round of applause, if you would, please.
Let's go out of that middle class. That is JDM Mr. Southern Matzo 290, Laney Beadenball from Lake City, Florida. Congratulations. We need Lydia White to step in for reserve. Reserve calf champion comes to you out of class number 25, Mr. BER Pride of Bullseye 197 with a 1, Jackson Smith, Ledbetter, Texas. Congratulations to Laney and Jackson. We'll be back at you right now with Gray Brahman Bulls in class 28. Calf July 1st through August 31st, 2025. We say we have 11 entries in this class.
All right, as we begin here in our second division, this is a good class of bulls, and again, one that'll kind of make you scratch your head a little bit because there is some differences in them, feet and leg structure, and again, what you're going to accept. I could kind of pick on each and every one of them a little bit from that standpoint. So as I kind of set that aside, I asked myself, which are the bulls that have got a little more muscle in them, that have some length of body, some durability to them. These two kind of pop themselves up to the front of the class. And then of the two, we've got a much longer sided bull that wins. He's got a great deal of shape down his top and out through his hip and his rump. A good masculine look about him at this stage of the game. He needs to be better in his front feet. I'd change him there just a little bit. But again, I think within this particular class, he lands there nicely. The bull in second's another big muscle bull, very expressive through his hip and his quarter. Again, a good bull up through his front end. From the side, that guy walks pretty good. I'd like to change the posture of his hind leg, and then as you get right in behind him and watch him walk, he gets almost outside his skeleton just a little bit more than he needs to. The bull in third, a good pattern bull, and when he hit the ring, I thought he'd be our class winner. He's a beautifully balanced bull from the side with some length, some depth of rib. He'll really disappoint you in terms of thickness, especially down low at his base. When you get on either end of him and watch him walk, he's too narrow in his chest. He really tracks too narrow from behind, but a good-looking bull from the side that I like a great deal from that regard. If I could change our bull in fourth in his shoulder and his knee and structure, I could use him pretty handily. He's just not sound enough in that area, but a big-ended, really thick, deep bull. The next bull is long and level top. He's a bull that's too straight in his rear hock. And then again, as we kind of make our way down through here, I could just pick on these guys a little bit in terms of their structure, but I do want you to realize they're bulls that have some depth of rib, some volume, and mass to them. We just got to change them a little bit in their feet and leg structure. Nice set of bulls throughout, and again, some give and take in this particular class. Thank you.
Amen. Amen, young lady. Mr. Jack, when an 18-year-old girl tells you, you know, the cow is supposed to work for you, not the other way around. We're raising them right. Winsboro, Texas. Is that where you from? Where are you from? Winsboro, Texas. Let's do some placings in Class 28. First place was 1619, Mr. 4R Hank 150, Ross Turner from Larange, Louisiana. Second in class to 1369, Mr. Jace Clark, Buna, Texas. Third place to 142, Anna Gutierrez from Wauchula, Florida. Fourth in class to 1355, Marley Goodman from Lake Wales, Florida. Got a fifth place with 1266, Cody Calhoun Jr. from Shepherd, Texas. Sixth in class to 950, Baxter Whitworth from Henderson, Texas. Seventh to 1806, Olivia LaCour, Bachelor, Louisiana. 8th in class went to 1102, Barry Belt from Huntsville, Texas. 9th to 1206, Wayne Hartley from Lake Butler, Florida. And 10th in class went to 749, Lena Rumke from Burton, Texas. Move now to the June yearlings. We've got 8 of them in this class, number 29.
All right, good class. I thought we had 2 very heavily muscled bulls up here in first and second. And this guy that wins just moves better than the bull that's in 2. He's really put together good down his top line. Collects himself nicely with a great deal of balance and symmetry when you watch him go. And then when he stands, I like the expression of his hip and his quarter. He's not as massive in terms of length of body. He's not maybe quite as pure dense as the bull that's in 2, but fundamentally he's good on his feet and legs and gets out and goes really well. This is a long, very massive bull that's in second. He's got some shape in him. His feet and legs are squared up nice at the edge of his body. He just steps a little too short on both ends of his skeleton when you watch him go, but that's a really nice bull in second as well. Very muscular bull in 3. He doesn't have quite the bone and the overall body balance of those 2 ahead of him, but really a thick-ended bull. Got a pair of bulls next that are really lean. They're long-bodied bulls. They don't have quite the shape and dimension to them as we've got towards the top end. I want to make mention for sure of the bull that completes the class. Standing still from the side, he resembles the 2 that we've got at the top end of this class. I think he has 2 testicles, but boy, he sure likes to keep that one up in his belly wall just a little too much, and that bothers me. But I like the bull. I like the look of the bull. I just like to change his scrotum and the way it's designed a little bit to go any higher. Nice set of bulls throughout. Thank you.
Class 29, first place goes to entry number 1021. He's over tucked on the right-hand page. Mr. BER, Texas Chrome 157 with a 1. Jackson Smith from Ledbetter, Texas. Second in class to 974, Colby Joe Koshin, Wharton, Texas. Third place to 244, Andrew DeVille, Lettsworth, Louisiana. Fourth in class to 1067, Aaliyah Albright, Gilmer, Texas. Fifth in class to 202, Ada Lee Wainwright, Stark, Florida. Sixth place to 298, Mackenzie Mbach, Mayaka, Florida. Now working on class number 30. These are gray Brahman bulls calved during the month of May 2025. You have 11 entries in this class.
Another good, strong class, and again, for me, we kind of had two that needed to make their way up here to the top just in terms of their, again, just their movement, their feet, and the way they kind of handle themselves. They're pretty good from that regard within this particular class, in that regard. In this particular class. Now, this bull that wins has got great length of body, a great deal of depth to him. He is a little plain made up into his front end. I'd changed that about him somewhat, but that bull is good on his feet and legs, and he has some length of body. He's set just a little nicer out through his hip and his hind leg than the young lady's bull here in 2. Bull in 2 has muscle in him, and again, body volume is good. He as well gets a little shorter up in his front leg stature, but I like his muscle, and I especially like the way he gets out and goes. The bull in 3rd, I like standing still pretty darn well. He's a good-looking rascal, beautifully balanced. He's just a nickel 2 upright on both ends of his skeleton, and so he doesn't get out and move quite as nicely, but he's got more muscle in him than the bull that's here in 4th. This bull in 4th, if you want to move him up because he is a little sounder than the guy we've got right ahead of him, I'm not going to argue with you. He's just too narrow. I'd like to just pull him apart a little bit, give him a little more shape, but I could see his role and certainly could justify putting him up a spot if you think he's got enough muscling in him. From here on out is where we get into some different kinds of structure. This bull's long-bodied. He needs to be fixed up a little bit on his hind leg. This young lady's bull is really thick and maybe the thickest bull within the class, big boned. He needs to be structured different in his hind leg, and that would start with just changing his rear feet a little bit. We get 2 or 3 bulls in the lineup next that are pretty good from the side. They want to splay out in their front feet and get their knees set too close. The big black bull is long-bodied. We need to change him out to his hip and the set of his hind leg. And then the bull that completes the class, nice in his conditioning, got some depth of rib to him. We need a shot more muscle and meat in him to go any higher within this group. Nice set of bulls throughout. I thought the 2 at the top surfaced because of the way that they moved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jack Ward. First place in Class 30 goes like this. First place to 1016, Mr. BER. Here comes the money. 154 with the 1. Jackson Smith from Ledbetter, Texas. Jackson also had the second place bull entry 1014. Third place to 1354, Marley Goodman from Lake Wales, Florida. Fourth place to 1766, Tylee Bowler from Gonzales, Texas. Fifth place to 949, Baxter Whitworth, Henderson, Texas. Sixth place for 1063, Callie Kreff, Aransas Pass, Texas. Seventh in class to 1226, Josie Seville, Ethel, Louisiana. Eighth in class to 598, Presley LaRue, Houston, Texas. Ninth in class to 786, Emma Thomas, Lake City, Florida. Ninth place, that was ninth, and 10th place went to 411, Caroline Korenick from Dickinson, Texas. Now in the ring is your intermediate champion drive.
Well, here as we get ready to make our decision in the intermediate division, I think we got a nice set of bulls. We started with a class that kind of had a big class, and there was some give and take there, and I landed on a pair of bulls that had more muscle in them, knowing full well we needed to change just a little bit structurally on them, but there wasn't a real big upgrade in that class, and so we just stayed with the 2 that had more meat and muscle to them. Nice pair of bulls out of class 2, and again, this bull just kind of got out and moved really, really well. The bull that was second in that class was long-bodied, tremendous amount of muscle and density to him, and then we completed here again with 2 bulls that came to the head of that class because they were just a little more correct and a little nicer in their movement than anything else we had in there. Nice division. My congratulations to them. Let's give them a good round of applause, and I'll name you a champion in reserve. Thank you.
We're going to keep the middle pair together. Those are the bulls that come to us out of class number 29. That is Mr. BER Texas Chrome 157 with a 1. Entry 1021 Jackson Smith from Ledbetter, Texas. Second place in that class is Reserve Intermediate Champion 974 Mr. JH 70 with a 5 Cowboy Colby Joe Koshin from Wharton, Texas. Congratulations, Jackson and Colby Joe. Move now into class number 33, Gray Brahman Bulls calved during the month of April 2025.
All right, April yearling bulls here, and we've got a really big growthy bull that wins. And if you're a little more comfortable with the more moderate bull in second, I'm not going to argue with you about it. I want to kind of scratch my head on that one a little bit. This guy is big, but he's long, and I think his feet are as good as anything we've got in the class. He moves relatively well and keeps himself together. I think for his altitude and frame size, he's adequate in terms of muscling. I would maybe like to just pull him apart a little bit from end to end as you compare him maybe to the bull that we've got here in second. The bull in second is real shapy. I like his kind down his top in terms of muscling. He's a little round and short through his hip. You get right up on him, he's actually just a notch tighter there in his forerib. Good job, buddy. And down into his heart as you compare him to the bull that wins the class. Another very big muscled bull that comes here in third. We need to redesign the design. We need to redesign his hind leg and give him a bit different posture and shape in the way that he stands. The bull that's in fourth, a good bull from the side. He's got good length of body, good depth of rib. You get in behind him and watch him walk from behind. He's just a little bit too narrow, doesn't have enough to him. The next bull that comes, again, pretty well balanced bull. He needs a shot more bone and just substance. The red colored bull that comes behind him has a little more bone. We need to change him just in terms of balance and structure a little bit. And then the bull that completes the class, another bull that's kind of got some shape in him in terms of muscling. His hind leg needs to be restructured quite a bit. Good job, buddy. And a good class of bulls, a very big, kind of a stout featured bull that won the class. Thank you.
Class number 33, first place to 976, Mr. JH 62 over a 5 Bo. Colby Joe Koshin from Wharton, Texas on the halter. Second place is 137, Addison Tullis from Pasadena, Texas. Third place to 1894, Ross Turner from Larange, Louisiana. Fourth in class to 2223, Castleyn Van Vost from Horatio, Arkansas. Fifth in class to 691, Lily Vidrine from Riddell, Louisiana. Sixth place to 112, Cody Davis, Lake Harbor, Florida. And seventh place to 2138, Chase Fountain, St. Augustine, Texas. In your class 34, folks, we have a single entry. Scratch all of them that are on page 67. Your winner is on page 68.
Here is a single entry. We've got a really nice bull. He puts himself together well. He's got some character and balance about him. As you get off to his side, testicle shape is pretty good. His feet are pretty good up underneath him. I think a very, very nice single entry here in this particular class. Congratulations to that young lady.
First place in class 34 is 772, Frontier Rodeo Cattle 1. Madison Parker from Liberty, Texas. Move now to class 35, Gray Brahman Bulls, calf February 1st through January 1st through the end of February 2025. 15 head in this class, and we'll select a junior champion immediately following.
Well, this is really, again, a very good class, a big class, really deep in terms of quality, some give and take throughout, and it just kind of depends on where you'll tolerate some things or not. There's no doubt in my mind that the nicest shaped bull is the one we've got winning. I love his shape over his top. I love his hip design, his hind leg design. He's sprung apart wide in behind his shoulder. He's a very masculine bull and got good testicle size and shape. He's got good bone. Everything kind of matches up really, really well. If I could tweak him in his front feet just a little bit in terms of the way they set down. His toe size is okay. He just needs to pull them around a little bit squarer than what they are. But in this particular class, I'm not sure that we have a huge advantage because we got some issues below him. But this, from just a balance and a structure and a type standpoint, this bull suits me very, very well. The bull that comes in second's a big, growthy, long-bodied bull with a tremendous amount of depth and volume. He's too straight in his hind leg. I need to change that about him a little bit. But if you're tolerable of that, you're going to like him really well because, again, he has a nice look. He has tremendous length. He does have some muscle shape in him. I just need to soften up that hind leg and redesign it somewhat. The bull that comes in third is kind of interesting. I wanted to convince myself that he was a little sounder, but he's a little timid in the way he steps behind. And then as you get right in behind him and watch him walk, he's not quite as wide about his base as the two bulls we've got right ahead of him. One of the more attractive bulls from the side is this darker colored bull that'll be coming in fourth. He's strong topped, he's level hip. He does really good from that regard. You get behind him or in front of him, again, he narrows up a little bit. He's too plain in his muscle there through his lower quarter and stifle. He just needs, again, to get a little wider about his base. The bull that's in five, a big growthy, long-bodied bull again, that, again, has some depth of body to him. I'm a little concerned about his composition. I think he's probably a little more wasty in terms of condition. The bull that follows him, it's the same kind, lots of rib, lots of volume. We just need to kind of trim him up a little bit. And then again, as we get through this class, it's long, it's good and deep. These bulls are long. These bulls have got some good in them. I just got to get on either end of them and change them a little bit in their structure, maybe get down in their feet and change them there a little bit, but certainly just a strong set of bulls throughout within this particular class. Good job.
Let's talk Class 35 while we're setting a drive up. First in Class 35, these are the January, February calves. First place went to 1267 DM Mr. Moonshine. Can't Touch Casper. That's a lot of name. That's like a racehorse. Kimber Calhoun from Shepherd, Texas. Second in class to 1018, Jackson Smith, Ledbetter, Texas. Third place, 2332, Delaney Eden, Bell City, Louisiana. Fourth in class to 975, Colby Joe Koshin from Wharton, Texas. Fifth place to 516, sweet little Kinley Rao from Yorktown, Texas. Sixth place to 1237, Keegan Skipper, Perkinston, Mississippi. Seventh place to 1600, Addison Sanders from Wharton, Texas. Eighth in class to 815, Ella Rivette from Gaines, Louisiana. Ninth went to 848, Hadley Wright, Husser, Louisiana. 10th to 1850, Ainsley Ward from Gainesville, Texas. 11th place to 948, Baxter Whitworth from Henderson, Texas. 12th place, 1519, Case Meir, Welsh, Louisiana. 13th to 1185, Russell Bennett, Tunica, Mississippi. 14th to 645, Jonathan Meredith, St. Francisville, Louisiana. This is your junior champion Gray Bull Drive.
Well, here as we finish up in our junior yearling division, it's been a very, very competitive set of bulls, a little bit of variation in them, and again, some give and take in all the classes. Of course, we had the single winner here in the middle, and that bull does present a beautiful profile and pieces together really well. Maybe not quite as just absolutely heavy muscled as a bull or two out here, but he needs to be in the mix to be your champion or reserve, because he is fundamentally just pretty nice in terms of his overall balance. Nice set of bulls throughout. Let's give him a great big round of applause, and I'll name you a champion and reserve. Thank you.
$12.67 is your junior champion bull. The Gray Show, DM Moonshine, Can't Touch Casper. Kimber Calhoun, Shepherd, Texas. Jackson Smith stepping in for reserve junior champ. Your reserve class champion out of class 35 is also your reserve junior champion. 1018, Mr. BER Rocker, 139 with a 1. Jackson Smith from Ledbetter, Texas. Congratulations, Kimber Calhoun. Jackson Smith, and down the stretch they come. Here is your first class of senior bulls, September 25th through 12/31. 2024.
All right, as we begin our senior division, got a nice big group of bulls, lots of growth, lots of length. I like the red bull, a red tinge bull, because of his soundness. He's really, really good on his feet and legs. His toe size is the most even and correct of any that we have out here, and you couple that with the fact that he gets out and walks well. He's got some shape to his top. I think just a very complete individual to win the class. The bull that comes in second, you love him standing still. The length of his body is good. He does have some shape in him. When you get him behind him and watch him walk, he wants to tangle up there in his rear pastern just a little bit, but that's a really good bull in terms of length and smoothness, and certainly having some muscling to him. Another very attractive bull in third. Neat to his shoulder. He blends very smooth. He's just a little flat everywhere as he comes right out of his shoulder into his forerib and back through his hip, a little plainer about his muscle, but a good bull that's good and strong in his top and level on his hip. The bull that's in fourth, when you just stand away from him, he could make his way up a couple of spots here. He's got depth of rib, he's got muscling. You get in close to him, especially in his front feet, they need to be better. They need to be more even in the size of his toes and the way that they're shaped. The bull that comes next got some muscling in him. Need to change him through his hip and hind leg just a bit. Our darker pigmented bull that comes next, deep-sided, a lot of volume, just a little plainer muscled. Really an attractive bull that follows him. Standing still, he's balanced up nice, strong top. You get right in behind him and he'll disappoint you. He needs more lower quarter muscle, more shape down into the lower part of his quarter, and frankly, he could be lengthened out just a little bit. When they hit the ring, I thought this bull would be quite a bit higher than what he is. He's a good muscular bull with some volume. Need to study his front feet. They're not good enough. They're too uneven in size, and they're not shaped well enough. And then the bull that completes the class has a tremendous amount of length and size to him. Again, in relation to that size, we need a shot more muscle. Thank you.
First place in entry class 38 was entry 2287, Paradise Island, Sir Archie. Claire Carleen, Kaplan, Louisiana. Second in class to 203, Ada Lee Wainwright, Stark, Florida. Third in class to 604, Madison Roberts, Mayaca City, Florida. Fourth in class to 381, Lily Vogt from Bernie, Texas. Fifth in class went to entry number 1585, Drew Grazafi, St. Francisville, Louisiana. Sixth place to 927, Tucker Paget from Molino, Florida. Seventh to 1832, Kellen Beasley from Jacksonville, Texas. Eighth place to 1378, Tyler Burdine from Buna, Texas. And ninth place to 792, Mary Lee Rink, Rialitas, Texas. Moving now to class 39. These are the summer 2-year-olds. Got a mess of them. Class 39. Folks, if we go till midnight, which we're not, you will still be able to take the herdsman quiz. Adults as well. Herdsman quiz has started in the East College Station Ballroom, located right across the breezeway. All the youth, all the parents that want to go take it, you do have an adult division, don't you? Nope. Maybe? No. There's a superintendent in there who can answer that question. But it has started. It is proctored. It will be proctored all the way through. If you're in the ring right now hearing this message and you're worried you're not going to get to take the herdsman quiz, no worry. It will be open as long as there are folks that want to go over and start the herdsman quiz. Once we get done and once we get the lion's share of the kids seated for the herdsman quiz, we'll give you a time certain for the start of Quiz Bowl. It and the annual meeting of the AJBA will all happen in the East College Station Ballroom. Glenn Cox, it's air conditioned over there. The East Texas Ballroom, I'm sorry. Is it Deep East Texas? No.
All right, good set of senior bulls again in this particular class. These three up on top are all three very nice bulls and kind of offer a bit of differences. I think the class winner combines the next two, frankly. He's got some muscle like the bull that we've got here in 2, and he moves well like the bull that's in 3. And I like the angles that he has up to his front shoulder. I like the way he moves off his hind leg. He's got some shape to his quarter, some thickness up over his top, and really a deep-sided bull with a lot of volume to him. Now, the bull that's in second, I really appreciate for his muscle. Tremendous shape to his top, tremendous shape to his quarter. He's a little bit steep and round through his hip as he comes at us, and consequently, he doesn't handle his hind leg movement quite as nicely. Really is the bulls on either side of him, but he has so much more body depth and so much more shape to him than the bull that we've got here in third. The bull in third moves pretty well, very long-sided bull. He's strong up over his top in terms of levelness. He just needs a shot more just pure density. He's a little shallow right through the center of his body for the amount of frame that he's got, and he is just a little bit flatter and devoid of muscle right out through his quarter. Big muscled bull in 4. We just need to change him and the way he's structured down his top line and through his hip. The bull in 5 is really deep-bodied, very soft-middled. We need to clean him up a little bit, honestly, and change his length of body somewhat. The black bull is a little longer-bodied individual. He's just a little too flat and plain in the shape, right in behind his shoulder. Good job, young lady, and through his quarter. The bull that comes next is a nice bull in terms of length and depth. You get up and study his front feet. They need to be just a little different. And then the bull that completes the class, again, a long-bodied bull that we need to change structurally just a bit. Good job, young lady. Again, a nice set of cattle throughout in this class. Certainly very competitive there at the top end. Thank you.
First place in Class 39 goes to 136 ECC Pulled Johnny Boy, 913 with a 4. Addison Tullis from Pasadena, Texas. Very positive right back here behind me. Second to 1886, Ross Turner from L'Orange, Louisiana. Third to 1666, Itty Bitty Bailey from Tig, Texas. Fourth in class to 922. You'll have to write that one in. That's Tucker Paget from Molino, Florida. Fifth place to 779, Emma Meir from Welsh, Louisiana. Sixth place to 1145, Preston Shelley. She's from East Bernard, Texas. Seventh place to 2001, Mia Portillo from Deltona, Florida. Eighth in class to 1974, Skylar Wilkerson from Katy, Texas. I turn the page and I see the last class of the day. Class 40, Gray Brahman Bulls, calved January 1st through April 18th, 2024.
Well, as we finish up our individual classes, we finished up with a bang. This is a nice group of older bulls, and again, there's some give and take up here at the top end just a little bit. I don't think there's any question this bull that when you get off to the side of him when he's parked is the one that's again got the balance, the symmetry. He's really good down his top. He's got some shape of muscle to him. He's a big bone bull, got some masculinity about him, got a pretty good set of testicles underneath him. And again, kind of like we had in a previous class, if I could just kind of square him up at his knee, change his front feet just ever so slightly, I'd be really, really fond of him because I like that guy a great deal in terms of his shape down his top, the design out through his hip and his rump, and he's got some rib and volume to him. Another very heavy muscle bull that we have here in second. He's not as good in the way that he gets off his hind leg as the bull that we've got winning the class, but he's another big-ended bull with a tremendous amount of volume and capacity. He's got more depth of heart. He's got more spring to his forerib than this very attractive bull coming in third. This bull will catch your eye. He's long-bodied. He's really good through his hip and down into his hind leg. You get right up here on him, and there's maybe just not enough bull for an older bull in his forerib and his heart. We just need to get him a little stronger there. But that one is really made good down his top. Excellent length of body in that guy. A good bull there in third. We pick it up again here in fourth in terms of muscling. The bull's not quite as good through his hip and hind leg, but he does have some shape to him. I've moved this bull up a couple spots because these next three bulls are all very, very heavy muscled bulls. I'd like to change all three of them a little bit in terms of their balance when you get off to the side, but I felt as we brought them up here at the end, that bull kind of moved a little better than the two we got right below him. The bull that comes next is pretty good from the side. He kind of catches your eye. You get it on either end of that guy's skeleton. There's just not enough width to him. He needs more shape, more dimension. We complete the class with, again, a good bull that's got some depth, but again, kind of the same type. We need to fix him a little bit in his front shoulder and the way he places his front feet. Nice set of bulls and certainly very competitive throughout. Thank you.
Your placings in class number 40. First place went to entry 0154, FL Sir Woodrow Manso 28. Holden Jefferson, the cat with the hat. Angleton, Texas was your class champion. Second place to 1883, Ross Turner from Larange, Louisiana. Third place to 1256, Tanner Lucky from Mize, Mississippi. Fourth in class to 2043, Anna Kate Thomas, Honey Grove, Texas. Fifth in class to entry 1253, Grayson Hinsey from Brenham, Texas. Sixth to 1502, Lily Locke. Seventh to 1495, Lauren Locke. Both the Locke girls are from Hungerford, Texas. Eighth place to 120, Ty Davis from Lake Harbor, Florida. Ninth in class to 1956, Reese Alexander from Ranger, Georgia. Walking in right now is your senior drive. We'll go back to the fall two-year-olds, coming two-year-olds. That's Claire Carlene in first. Kaplan, Louisiana, she was your December champion. The reserve champion out of that class was shown by Ada Lee Wainwright from Stark, Florida. The summer two-year-old champion was exhibited by Addison Tullis from Pasadena, Texas. Second in that class was exhibited by Mr. Ross Turner from Louisiana. And in the class just concluded, it was Holden Jefferson and another Ross Turner entry going 1-2. This is your senior champion drive.
Well, very good. As we finish up here with our senior division drive, again, we've got a nice set of bulls, and those classes were big and strong and deep, and certainly, again, just some decisions to be made on the type and kind that you like, where you're going to fit them in terms of structure with enough volume, enough muscling. So my congratulations to them. Let's give our exhibitors in this division a good round of applause, and I'll name a champion reserve.
That is the Cat in the Hat. The Cats in the Hats go 1-2 in the senior division. Holden Jefferson and Ross Turner. Congratulations. They were 1-2 in Class 40. They stay 1-2 in the senior division. We didn't mention the government name for Ross's bull. That's Mr. 4R George 132. All right, folks, we're ready to set it. It's a 4-class drive, four division drive. Brandon, I'll get it right. It's my first cow show. Your calf champion bull was entered by Laney Beadenball from Florida. That's entry 711. That's Laney up front. Jackson Smith from Ledbetter, Texas will have a reserve division that'll walk right in here on the other side. Jackson also walked him a division champion right in there next to her. That's entry number 1021. He come out of the intermediate division. Colby Koshin on cue pulls into position with the reserve intermediate. Kimber Calhoun from Shepherd, Texas, got the reddish tinged bull out there out of the junior division. And here comes another Jackson Smith reserve division entry in the junior division. And Holden Jefferson and Ross Turner, your senior champ and your reserve, Texas and Louisiana. Folks, this is your Grand Champion Drive 2026 All-American Gray Bull Show.
Well, as we finish up here late this afternoon, first of all, I want to just thank all who were involved in inviting me back to be a part of your Junior National again this summer. It was an incredible blast last year to work through your bred knowns, and it was a great day today to get through the F1s and the Bull Show. And I know this is just kind of the start for more things to come yet this week, and I'm sure there's been a great deal of activities throughout the course of the week. And so thanks to all of them. I want to thank the junior board folks that have been in here helping me throughout the day. Thanks to the people outside that have been lining the cattle up and putting the show together and keeping us moving in a good pace. And it's just been an incredible opportunity for me, and I'm very humbled to be asked. I want to wish all of you a very happy 4th of July here before I go, and what an incredible year it's going to be. 250 years this country has excelled and succeeded, and I'm going to tell you this: if we wanted to excel and succeed for another 250 years, we're going to have to continue to give support and have functions like you've got going on here this week. And that is given an opportunity for these young folks to learn some skills of leadership, dedication, and maybe, most importantly now, learn to be competitive. And when I say learn to be competitive, that doesn't mean that you give all and be ornery and try to pull out all the ends to win. Winning's great, but being competitive is not only learning to win, but it's also learning to take some opinions and defeat, take some criticism, and try to make yourself better. These programs are second to none. I'll leave on Saturday to go to Madison, Wisconsin for a week for the Hereford Junior National, and we will be excited just as all of you are here. And we all know the importance of this program, and frankly, I know it even maybe just a little different than all of you because of my role at the Hereford Association. I'm like all of you. I was the parent of 2 sons that spent their entire junior career showing junior cattle, breeding stock through the Junior Nationals, 4-H and FFA. And now I have one of my sons that are back at our farm with my wife and I raising seed stock cattle. So it's a great opportunity. It's so important. So whatever you're doing to help, whether it's donating money, donating time, doing anything from a resource standpoint, all I can do is challenge you, keep it up. Because again, if we want to make this country go another 250 years, we got to build good, young, productive adults that will be no burden on society. And there's no better way in the world than to do it with this right here. Congratulations to all of you. Best of luck tomorrow and the rest of the weekend, the rest of the show season. Before I finish up, I want you to thank the junior board, the exhibitors, the entire staff, and all of you who helped put this together. One big, great big round of applause for all of you. It's well deserved. Thank you.
If you'll just bring that bull to a stop, that man wants to shake your hand. Grand champion bull is F.L. Woodrow. I got to back up a stay. Got to back up. Sir Woodrow Manso, 28. Holden Jefferson from Angleton, Texas. Congratulations to Holden. Here comes Ross Turner stepping in for reserve. And our junior champion, I believe, is Kimber Calhoun, your reserve champion for DM Moonshine, Can't Touch, Casper. Folks, one more round of applause, please, for Mr. Jack Ward. There is no telling the hours that this man puts in. And remember, as he's advocating for better Hereford cattle, he is advocating for better Brahman Hereford F1s every step of the way. Jack, thank you. Best wishes in Madison next week. Thank you for being with us.